We need some.
Yesterday, the last shift I told was spare she was close last week. Now I just have to do spare. Yeah. Yeah, missed that too. Yeah, sure.
Then you know you're supposed to go.
Oh yeah. Like, okay. Alright, can you just throw a clean shot at this? Yeah, I'll clean it. My second game yesterday. 6 strikes for 167. has been missing. Leaves have been missing. Good. Yes. Oh yeah. Yeah, I think I went like strike open, double, open. You know. Then eventually what happens? You start to press on your first shot. But you gotta throw more strikes. All right, got the strikes. And then it all. You need to face that couch. That wouldn't have been easy. Go home now. Yeah, I don't know anything. I'll be back. Yeah. Yeah, I would like to have one. It's not too much about it. The other thing, because then you can see what's going on. And the other thing, most of these guys, they really like it. They'll talk to you. Yeah. So it makes it more. Correct. Yep. Listen, I got a new game on. He's like, how do I look at This has got to be just one of those so I didn't know when you were related. We're talking she's kind of giving their ribbing her a little bit of stuff. And we started introducing all of the so these guys, they're all so what they when we went out before we started practice, they said, let's see your equipment. So I showed them all our stuff. They said, do this ball right here, practice right there. This ball practice. This ball practice. Okay. So we did when practice was over. Then, okay, put that ball away, this ball, and play this line, this ball, and it was the best attitudes ever. We finished 7 games. That's crazy. They're creating a better shot. Yeah, I mean, and they weren't mean about it. They were nice, but you guys want some help? Yes, all right, this is what we're going to do. And then they look at this. Beautiful. Thank you. Thank you. So there, it's not much. Shot. You don't even have to be on the 6 lanes. Have that wall. Come out. There's not many people do that. The same pocket. So good. Touch it. Come out. Oh, that's all. So we run this next month. It's based on that one that we was on. And what I do, just people say, oh, you know, because what I do is I build in the head the weight without the PPA pattern and stuff. So the 150 average voltage, just chuck it straight down the leg because I can't do that. But those guys that just do this, hey, I missed. You struggle just a little bit if you think you gotta come and do that. You gotta make a shot. And I know people that trying to go down to the Bitch about the lane condition in this format. And we do, the way it works, we do 3 games and then we cut to like half of the 2 games and then we eventually cut to a step up. And every year we've done that tournament. Every year since the year of his death. Every year we've done that tournament. There has been at least one team in that step out at 150 average. One year, a team with a 170 average and 130 average won. It's just the 2 scores added up. This is a fundraiser. Then we do pace it right. But it's a fundraiser. It's fun. I do just to have some fun. And to give some people that normally wouldn't give their best stuff a chance to do it. We're not just going to go out and 3 games and well, what's that score? Okay, we're doing that. No, we're cutting some people and we're going to do some head-to-head. It's not expensive. It's when you start doing this and you have $15 the price tag on baseball, basketball the studio for that. You know, I miss those days when you just walked into a drugstore, Columbia, you got a lot of shoes, and that was it. We were good for the weekend. We were good for all the pictures. And then it got really weird. We had a white dot and a yellow dot. And dude, all that here. Not big time. Oh, urethane came out. It's like, oh, what is this? Different weights and dogs and things that were just back. I had 3. Oh yeah. 3. Now you.
Oh yeah, I gotta go grab the towel.
What'd you do? Okay.
This player's kicked my ass all weekend.
Well, you know what? There's more good ones around. You got it.
But just glad I'm off that player. For me, it's 3 or 4 in this house.
I'm like,
Squeegees. There you go. Swole out there. A date I tell my wife, I still, to this day, one of the things that I miss.
Don't worry, I grabbed my
Walking up and the smell. Oh, and you can see kind of the haze that you're in the haze where they fish. But I miss that. Walking the smell. Yeah, it's kind of a sweet. It's kind of like if you took like. This is going to sound really weird, but if you took like antifreeze and turpentine, it's kind of sweetish, but it's got it's a very distinctive smell. And I miss that because it's like hot bowl. Here we go. Let's go places. I can't even fathom it. I can think back to some of the working in the houses with just smoke hanging everywhere, ashtrays and I can't even imagine walking here it would be like that. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Well, that's what I tell my wife.
They're not here yet.
Hour after hour. I probably smoked about 2 packs a day. Secondhand smoke for a long time.
sorry. I was thinking about more coffee, and then I'm like, no, I don't.
Coffee's bad for you. It's on your grill. What's up, bud? Good start. Excuse me, gentlemen. Got something coming, hopefully. A little snack.
Something.
Snackums. It's just water. It might look different, but it's just water. Yeah, it looks different, but it's just water. Free, yeah. Thank you. Quimby. You take it. Oh yeah, that's right. Project question. Dave. Oh. Dave. You just take it. Oh. I don't take bad shots unless somebody gets me one.
Again, that's why I was almost ready.
Unless I do a Jaeger bomb. You're welcome. Quimby and Connor did that. Oh, that's some good water. That's some strong water. Oh my God.
Talk shit, Liz. I can hear you.
At least like get back to the pocket.
Sorry. Oh, hey. I'm just here hanging out watching the game. And the funny thing is, you know where that? In my new car. Oh! But I had to go home anyway. So I was like, well, at least it wasn't like, yeah, I like it. No, I had to go get my wife too. Because she decided she needed to sleep in. Oh, okay. Good morning and welcome to the first annual 406 Open. I apologize for the delay in getting started today. We had a few audio technical difficulties and hopefully everything's all sorted out now. And I'll be with you the rest of the day. And thank you all for tuning in. Thank you to all of our competitors from Washington, Idaho, Utah, our Canadian friends that have traveled down, and of course all the competitors from Montana. Hopefully some of you from outside of Montana are tuning in today. I know the support from our Canadian friends is always strong, so hopefully you guys have tuned in this morning as well. The format today, there were 40 bowlers that made it to today. I'll go through what the qualifying was for them to get here shortly. Right now, they're bowling 3 games. That total pinfall, combined with their score from qualifying, will result in their total for this morning. At the end of that 3 games, a cut will be made to the top 32. So 8 people will be eliminated after 3 games today. Once that is done, once we get to the top 32, there will be single elimination match play, and it's seeded. So it will be first going against 32nd, second against 31st, so on and so forth. It is a 2-game match. Total pinfall for those 2 games. Single elimination, losers out, winner goes on. That leaves 16 bowlers, same thing. 2 game total, 8 move on. Again, 2 game total. We cut to a 4-person step ladder. So that's what you have in store today. We have completed the first game of the 3 this morning. If you want to see current standings, you can go to tournamentbowl.com, 406 Open, and take a look at the standings. Right now, the individuals that are on the outside of the cut line, the outside looking in, Art Harding is 4 back, Lizzie Reese is 11 back, Mike Krankowski is 14 back, William Linden is 20 back, Steve Herford is 21 back, Mike Lytle is 22 back, Jake Marsich is 26 back, and Sean Mariani is 46 back. So those are the people right now on the outside looking in to the top 32. So everybody certainly is still in play for the day. Matt Damon was the top qualifier, and he certainly hasn't slowed down this morning. He's continued his good bowling. It's carried over to today. Desiree Allen started strong with a 233 to move her up just a little bit up the standings. Also a strong start from Luke Brown, 211 start to help his cause a little bit. Barbara Sweetie also had a 217 start, and we had Dustin Wardell and Riley Woodard with strong out of the gate, 235 and 225. So they've made a nice move up. So that's where we stand. We're about halfway through game 2 of this 3-game set. This is the first annual 406 Open. The format for this, the way the qualifying worked, there were blocks of qualifying. Each block consisted of bowling on fresh and on the burn. So you could choose, in block 1 you could bowl block 1 fresh, block 1 burn. At the end of each block, 1 out of every 6 entered in that block made the cut, and it was divided into divisions. There was an open division, a senior and women division, and a 199 and under division. And 1 for every 6 of the entries in each of those divisions out of each block made it to today. So there were 40 of those individuals. Today, there are no divisions. It is every man for himself. Everybody's on equal footing. The pinfall from yesterday, as I said earlier, did carry over. So you had some re-entries yesterday trying to increase their pinfall for today to give themselves a better chance of leg up coming into today. And that will be combined. That pinfall from qualifying, those 3 games, plus the 3 games this morning, that will give you your cut to 32. Again, thank you all for joining us today. I hope we have some good bowling for you today. It's been the pattern's been challenging, the yellow pattern's been challenging. You certainly have to make good shots. There is definitely out of bounds on this pattern. In all reality, outside of 5, you can just consider that the gutter. You get it outside of 5, you're not going to be real successful. So it has been challenging. You have to execute. You have to throw good shots if you want to be successful. You have to be precise. Okay, the sponsors for this tournament this weekend, besides 406 Streaming, is bringing you the content. Tom Croskery, allowing you to look in and support your friends, your bowling comrades down here in Great Falls. The sponsors for this tournament are the host, Heritage Inn, Performance Fit Pro Shop, Storm Bowling Products, Alley Cat Lanes in Shoto, and Contract Flooring Carpet One. There's been over $2,000 added to the prize fund. So a big thank you to all of those sponsors for making this possible. It's been a great 3 days so far, and hopefully that continues right up to the end. There are more tournaments coming up. The Storm Utah Open is January 17th through the 19th. The Carl and Sonia Dean Memorial Tournament at Alley Cat Lanes in Shoto, that's January 31st through February 2nd. The Scratch Tournament in Ronan, Montana, that's February 14th through the 16th. The Storm Idaho Open in Burley is February 28th through March 1st and 2nd. The Ring and 10 in Butte, always a big turnout for that, is March 21st through the 23rd. So if you're interested in bowling in any of those, the Carl and Sonia Dean Tournament is just about full. There are a few openings on the last shift. Everything else is waiting list. Get your entries in. Go out and bowl. This is always a good time. I bowled in the qualifying, and my spare shooting was atrocious. So you get to the good fortune or maybe misfortune of listening to me today instead of me being out there on the lanes competing. But I encourage everyone to go out and play. Get out here with everyone. It's to give you a status report of what's happening, who's doing what. Early on today is going to be pretty difficult. So I'll give you updates as the games finish. If I do see any real big games happening, I will try to alert you to what's happening with pairs. The big games are being bowled on. I see some decent starts around the house to this third game. So there are a few. We've got decent game on lane 4, lane 1 and 2. Lane 1 has a nice start happening. Lane 6 has a nice start. As far as the bowlers, like I said, I apologize. This many bowlers spread across the house. It's hard to keep up to date on exactly who is doing what at any single point in time. I will be able to give you more of that as we get into the more direct match play as we go on today. Again, thank you all for joining us. I hope you're all having a great day. Wonderful Sunday of bowling here in Great Falls at Little's Lane. The first annual 406 Open. This tournament format is new to Montana. It does exist in other places, Idaho and Utah. There are tournaments that run on a similar format, and Tom Crosser thought he would give it a go here in Montana. And I would say for a first shot at it, it has been pretty successful. There have been a lot of entries, and it has certainly been challenging. We have a real nice game starting on 9, and I'm not sure. I apologize. I'm not sure who it is. But we do have a pretty big game started down there on 9 and 10. So when the feed switches to that view, we'll be able to take a look at that. We've got spare shooting today and all weekend has been more difficult than you would think. I see in the chat that there's how many cameras are streaming. I believe the house is covered right now on the stream. The coverage should be showing lanes 1 through 6-ish. The stream changes every, I believe, 90 seconds. But I think ultimately all of the lanes are covered. I can check with Tom and see how many cameras he has operating right now and let you know, but it should rotate through.
That's the way it was at first, at the beginning. That is the case. That's what I asked how many things. I noticed that when I got home and I looked at the
Yeah, I did check with Tom, and he did say that he had some issues in the first game. Where 13 through 16 were the only lanes covered, but now there should be coverage throughout the house. The cameras do switch; they rotate. There are 4 cameras covering the action, so hopefully you'll be able to see everything that is going on. We did, like I say, I apologize for coming on late. Late with the audio. Okay, John, I see that you gave us an update on that. I will let Tom know, so we can hopefully get everything covered, because we do want to make sure that you get coverage on everything.
We'll get it changed. Tell them to get it one man show.
I will. I just want to know what's going on. All right, John, I let Tom know. He said thank you. He'll try and get it fixed. And he says the hamster wheels turn as fast as he can. He's a one-man show here. So thank you for letting us know. And Tom will work on that and try and get it
get the cameras rotating properly so you can see the whole house. Okay, Tom just assured me that he has found the problem and he is going to get it fixed. So hopefully we will get everything taken care of, so you can see the whole entire house here shortly. And thank you for tuning in. Tom always is appreciative of the support, and I'll do my subscriber plug right now. If there are people out there that are watching that are not subscribed, please subscribe. If you have friends out there that aren't subscribed, and maybe they're not even big bowling fans, just get onto YouTube and subscribe. I would love to see Tom get to 1,000 subscribers. He's not real interested in how many total subscribers he has. He was happy to get over the 500 mark, but he doesn't do his channel necessarily. He's not looking to generate money really or anything like that. He just does it to give all of the bowling fans out there something to see, to promote these tournaments and make sure people can see their friends bowl. So I applaud him, and I would love to see the subscriber number to get up there. I think that'd be great for Tom. So we are getting close to the end of game number 2. I will give you updates on where everybody stands at the end of game 2 as we get scores in. If you want to take a look at where the scores are being posted, you can go to tournamentbowl.com, the 406 Open, and you can take a look at the cashers round. That will show you the scoring. So you can keep abreast of what's happening out there. And Debbie, thank you for the compliment. I'm glad you enjoy it. It's a lot of fun doing this. Alright, we are rolling along today. A lot of bowling action. It will, as I said, be cut to the top 32 at the end of the third game. It is total pinfall. Thank you again for all of you that are out there watching. A special Scott Douglas wanted me to thank all of the Canadian fans that are watching and supporting him in his efforts today, and Matt. So I told Scott I'd give him a special plug, a mention for all of his fans. I know he bowled. Scott made the cut on his first block, bowled this weekend, and then he bowled again to try and up his score, so he had a greater pin total coming into today. And he did bowl a little bit better and up that total. So he was successful. He didn't have a great start to the morning. Hopefully he's picking it up just a bit so he doesn't fall down the standings. Really getting into that top 32. That is the trick. You get there, you make that cut, and you get to start over. Your pinfall at that point is erased. And it's It's everybody on even footing for those 2-game matches. I really, when I watch tournaments like this, the other tournaments that I go to, I participate in, and the tournaments I do commentary for, I really feel that, at least in Montana, bowling is alive and well. I hear all of the dire predictions, the doomsayers from around the country that bowling is dying, it's a dead sport, nobody participates anymore, it's going to go away. I just don't see that in Montana. So really a big thank you to all of these bowlers here that participate. Big thank you to Little's Lanes for running, hosting tournaments like this. Big thank you to people like Tom Croskery to not only run tournaments like this, but provide streaming of the other tournaments. For all of you that can't be here in person, can still see what's going on, support your friends. And at least join us in spirit. All right, we're getting finished up here for game 3. The scoring pace has picked up a little bit in this round. I'd like to, as we're finishing up this game, thank the sponsors. Over $2,000 money was added to this. Heritage Inn, Performance Fit Pro Shop, Little's Lanes, Storm Bowling Products, Alley Cat Lanes and Shoto, and Contract Flooring Carpet One. It's businesses like that and their support that help make these things possible as well. Upcoming tournaments, if you weren't here bowling in this one and you would like to participate in some scratch tournaments, we have the Storm Utah Open, January 17th through 19th, the Carl and Sardine Memorial Tournament at Alley Cat Lanes in Shoto, January 31st through February 2nd. That one is nearly full if you're interested in bowling there. The Scratch Tournament in Ronan, February 14th through the 16th. The Storm Idaho Open in Burley, February 28th through March 1st and 2nd. And, of course, the Ring and Tent Tournament in Butte at the end of March the 21st through the 23rd. Those are all tournaments for you to come out and bowl. If you've never bowled in a scratch tournament, you've been curious about it, come out and do it. It's a great deal of fun. It's a great experience. I would encourage everyone to come out and bowl. And if you aren't coming out and bowling, you can't be here, continue to tune in to 406 Streaming. Tom will be bringing you views from those tournaments. Again, if you want to keep track of the scoring, you can go to tournamentbowl.com. 406 Open, the Cashers round. You can follow the scoring. One game to go. At the end of this third game, top 32 in total pinfall will move on to the single elimination match play. The bottom 8 will be eliminated. We have Art Harding down on lane 1 that's putting up a decent game, and he currently, after one game, was just outside the cut line. So he's going to give his cause a big boost here with this game. He needed that. Get inside the top 32. We still have 3 pair that haven't completed their 3rd game. 2 pair now. 1 and 2 just finished. This has been a great weekend of bowling for those of you that are just joining. The qualifying format, there were blocks, 3 blocks, and the trios, and a Desperado, a 1-game block that got people here. It was broken into divisions: the Open Division, Senior and Women Division, and the 199 and Under Division. The top 1 for every 6 in each block made it to Sunday. That ended up being 40 bowlers. Pin totals from their qualifying did carry over to Sunday. We're bowling 3 games right now. That 3-game total plus the carryover total will determine the top 32. Once we get to the top 32, there are 2-game single elimination matches. So we'll bowl 2 games, it'll cut to 16, 2 games cut to 8, 2 games we will get to the top 4 step ladder. So 1 game left to secure your spot in the 32. Alright, we have 1 lane, 1 pair, just finishing up, 3 and 4. The 3rd game has started on a few of the lanes. Bowlers have started. Once this final pair, once 3 and 4 finishes up, we'll be able to get all of the totals from that 2nd game. And I will give you a rundown and let you know who is on the outside looking in, who needs to get something going here. And then I also will give you the people that are near the bottom of the 32 going into this last game, so you know who is at risk of dropping out. So we do have some scores right now that are not very strong. We have some people that are struggling just a little bit. So they'll have 1 more game to turn that around. Okay, we have 1 bowler left on lanes 3 and 4, and then all of game 3 scores should come in. So we'll be able to update things to let you know what's going on. see your comment, Lynn, about not seeing the number 1 seed. I don't know what pair Matt is on right now. That at this point, Tom does have the all of the feet squared away, so the whole house is being showed. But with the camera rotation, it's quite possible that just through a matter of luck, and when the cameras rotate, you don't see Matt. It looks like Matt is on 7 and 8 right now, and the camera are on, you know, the first 6. He is just coming up on 8, so on this camera feed, you'll be able to see pinfall, but that's it. Matt is coming up on lane 8. Oh, and lane 8 just went down. So you may, Lynn, you may get your shot. There's lane 8 going down. The cameras may rotate by the time Matt gets up to shoot. But I believe it's probably just that with the camera rotation. But he is on lane 7 and 8. And we're starting to get the scores in. Alright, the cameras did switch in time, it looks like, Lynn, so right now on lane 8. Matt will be getting up to bowl. Still have Tommy updating the scores. If you want to see where everything stands, then go to tournamentbowl.com. 406 open. It's the cashers round. The scores are. And Tommy's still updating scores. I'll get them to you as soon as I can. we got about half the scores in for that second game. They are, I don't know if I mentioned, but they are moving every game. You do move, and that was the same with qualifying. Change lanes every game. At the top of the standings, we do have a switch up there. Andy Kinney has moved ahead of Matt at the top. Not all that critical really at this point. And there's a long ways to go. And with this format, this single elimination format, over 2 games, it's anybody's game at this point. As far as who's going into the step ladder and who ultimately will come out on top. So, you know, even if you're near the bottom of the standings, as long as you're inside the cut, your opportunity is as equal to those at the top. Andy and Matt Lewis, and those guys are at the top of the standings. Okay, we just have a few more scores to get in from game 2. I'll be able to give you an update of where people are sitting. There will be a little bit of a break in the action once this game is completed. We need to sort out the positioning for the first 2-game elimination because it is seeded. The top seed will go against 32, 2 against 31, 3 against 30, and so on. So that will take a moment to get all of that sorted out and get the lanes assigned. Alright, so right now, on the outside of 32, looking in, we have Lizzie Reese. She is 9 back. Sean Mariani is 10 back. He had a 2:22 that game. He was last. He was 40th going into that, but he's bumped up. He's just outside the cut. Bruce Ruska is 14 out. Ricky Macbeth is 15 out. Mike Gronkowski is 19 out. Jake Marsich is 35 out. William Linden is 46 out, and Kendall Newton is 48 out. The people that are just in at the moment, Harry Schaefer is 28th. He is about 35 above the cut line. Michael Lytle he's about 20 above the cut line. Cameron Clark, he's had not a good start to the day, 145 and 149. And he's about 10 above the cut line. JC Kohler is just above the cut line, and Joelle Link is at the cut line. She is 32nd right now. So those are your people most at risk. Tom Strozek, that game had a 126, which bumped him down. He also, I would say, is a little bit at risk. Bruce Stefani went 164, 164, which has moved him down toward the cut line. So he needs to get things picked up just a little bit. thank all of you for tuning in today. We have bowlers from all over the Northwest, Utah, Canada. Always enjoy our Canadian friends coming down. Looks like Riley Woodard is righted things a little bit after that 179. He started off a lot stronger this game. Okay. We are about halfway through the last game of this 3-game set. We have some of the bowlers that are at risk are struggling a little bit right now. So soon we will be finished with the prelims, so to speak, and on to the elimination round. Matt does have a good game going on 7 and 8. So he's going to stay up near the top at the end of this cut. But again, once we cut to 32, then everyone's on even footing. Single elimination. There's 2-game sets for each. Lizzie started this game strong, but followed with a split and a spare. She does need to put up a decent game here to give herself a shot at making the top 32. Again, this set we do have a few big scores that are happening, and a lot of people that are struggling. Ricky Macbeth right now is struggling, and he is on the outside looking in, and he's going to have to turn it around fairly quickly, or he will continue to be on the outside looking in. Sean Mariani also is struggling just a little bit this game at the moment. Yeah, we do have Riley Woodard and Matt are both for a very nice game at this point. And Lindsay, after that time with the 3 strikes, it started to struggle just a bit. There will be, as I said, there will be a short break at the end of this third game while the lane assignments and position is determined. The top 32 will go on to single elimination, 2 games, total score. Pins do not carry over after that at this point. Once we make the cut to 32, the pins do not carry over. Thank you again to Tom Trostry and 406 Streaming for bringing this content. Hopefully you all enjoy being able to see your friends, fellow bowlers out there competing, even though you can't be here. And hopefully I am providing just a little bit of useful information and helping you to enjoy the content that Tom and 406 Streaming bring you. Kendall, who's sitting 48 off the cut right now, is going to need to turn it on. He's starting to string together some strikes, but he's still a long ways back. He I really believe, needs to go off the sheet here to get himself into the top 32. got a few of the third games wrapping up. As I said, once we get to the end of this game, there will be a little bit of a break as we set the positions for the first round of elimination. Kendall is coming up on lane 5. He's got a 4-bagger going, and I think he does need to keep that going to have a chance of making it into the top 32. He's sitting 40th right now, 48 off the current cut line. And Kendall has struck again, so he's doing what he has to do right now to give himself a shot. He's got a possible 230 game. And if he can get there, if he can get to that 230, I think that may be enough for him to make the top 32. And we do have just a few games wrapping up. Yeah, looking at the scores today, things certainly have not gotten any easier. There are a few people that are hitting it a bit. Stephen Quinby and Charles Wolf in that second game, they helped our cause significantly. They had decent scores from qualifying, but then both shot 149s in the first game, and then went into the 220s, 220, 250 after that, to bump up. So their second game certainly was a savior game for them. Games are starting to wrap up. We have one shot left on 1 and 2, and it'll be complete there. Alright, the games are, the third game is complete on 1 and 2. So we start having the scores come in. I know that Tommy usually doesn't update until he gets a few of the scores. So I don't expect to see them posted right away. If you want to see the scoring, keep track of what's happening, you can go to tournamentbowl.com, 406 Open, the Cashers round. I hope all of you are enjoying this today. You know, it certainly isn't the PBA telecast or anything like that, but Tom does a great job with 406 Streaming to bring you all of this content, give you a chance to watch. Okay, we have Kendall up, and he strikes again. So he is doing what he has to do. He's got a 6-bagger to the first and the 10th. This game may save him. This game may get him into the top 32. Lizzie was right there, around that cut line just below. She is having not a terrible game, not a good game. She has a potential 197, so it's possible that would be enough to get her in. And Kendall did not strike in the 11. So he can shoot 221. And that may be enough to get him in. He will not pass Lizzie, but I think he can pass Sean. Bruce, I haven't seen his game. Ricky has been struggling, so I think he could pass him. William he'll be able to pass. So a lot of the people that are ahead of him, he is going to be able to pass. How many, I don't know. He may just miss, but he certainly has given himself a chance. He's given himself a chance to be there. Alright, we do have some scores coming in. Terry Schaefer, who was one of those people that I thought would be a little bit at risk there. I think the game he shot 189. I think that will be enough to keep him safe. Linden, I don't think is going to have enough to move up. I haven't seen what Jake, Marcic, Mike Krakowski are doing. Like I said, with Ricky, he is struggling just a little bit. He's got a possible 176. So Kendall will pass him. The best Lizzie can shoot is 187. I do not know if that's going to be enough to get her into the top 32. Jake Marcic also is struggling just a little bit here. I don't think his score is going to be big enough to get him in, to bounce him up into the top. Now Matt Damon is just continuing his great bowling all weekend. He bowled so well. Okay, there will be, at the end, once we complete all of these games, the third games, there will be a break while we get the lanes assigned and the positioning assigned. Once the cut to 32 happens, it is single elimination match play. There are 2-game matches. There is no carryover of pin count from this morning. So everybody is starting fresh. Everybody is starting on equal footing. So as long as you get into the top 32, your chance is equal with everyone. Okay, Jake did strike, so that gives him an opportunity to blow VC score, but I just don't think he's going to have enough to get in. You know, Art Harding, after that 223 that he shot to get himself up into decent position, closes with a 119, and that may cost him. Thank you once more to all the sponsors, the businesses that support this tournament. $2,000 added money. Heritage Inn, Performance Fit Pro Shop, Little's Lanes, Storm Bowling Products, Alley Cat Lanes, Contract Flooring, and Carpet One. Thank you for your support of this tournament.
Oh, really?
Okay, a few more scores in. We do have one pair. We do have one pair that is still finishing up. Yeah, I believe that 119 is going to cost Art the top 32. Kendall has moved up. It's going to be close.
All right. We're going to go ahead for release. We're going to do...
Okay, we'll have all the scores in as soon as that last pair finishes. Looks like we have one bowler left, and then we will have all of the games complete. We'll be able to get things set. We'll be able to get things set for the single elimination match play. All right, we are complete. Just finished the last game, so scores should come in from that pair shortly. And Kendall may have done just enough to get in. He is sitting 31st. Lizzie also, I believe, may have done just enough to get in. And we are finished. So the people that are eliminated, the 221 that Kendall shot was not quite enough. He ended up 3 back, and as I thought, had he gone off the sheet, he would have made the top 32, but he is the first man out. Sean Mariani also is out. Jake Marsich, Bruce Reska, Ricky Macbeth, Art Harding, J.C. Kohler, and William Linden are all eliminated. Lizzie Reese, with her game, did make it into the top 32. So now we will have the first of 3 elimination rounds. That's single elimination, 2 games. In this first round, it will be Matt Damon versus Lizzie Reese, Andy Kinney versus Joel Link, Louis Dobie versus Cameron Clark, Riley Woodard versus Dylan Bigelow, Gavin Hyatt versus Steve Herford, Rex Strobel versus Mike Frankowski, Paul Dean versus Harry Schaefer, Luke Brown versus Scott Douglas, Mike Dotson versus Michael Lydell, Stephen Quinby versus Nolan Croskery, Manny Farrell versus Tom Strozik, Charles Wilkin versus Barbara Sweetie, Dustin Wardell versus Desiree Allen, Clay Reese versus Dave Martinich Jr., Eric Ramey versus Dave Howe, and Bruce Stefani versus Jeff Carroll. Those are your matches for this first top 6 elimination, single elimination round. Again, it is a 2-game total, single elimination. There is no carryover from previous, so everybody is starting straight up. 2-game position rounds. If you want to keep track of the scores, go to tournamentbowl.com, and there is a top 32 bracket. You can take a look at that to stay updated with what's going on in the scoring. I'm going to take just a quick break right now before we get started. Thank you again for listening. I know Tom with the 406 Streaming really appreciates it. If you haven't subscribed, please do so. And thank you again for all of your support.
So I also have the payouts for 33rd through 40th. Go ahead and come and see me up here at the desk and I can give you your cash. Tom is working on getting the lane centers put in. We will have that here shortly and get out the other announcements right before we do the lane announcements. So hold on.
Brenda just seen the ball online. And she goes, "Hey, it's in there." And they're like, "What else is in here?" What else? Yeah, Aaron was pretty
Yesterday, come on.
I also have the remaining bracket payout at the front desk as well.
So yesterday, the last one that I qualified on was and I go, and I show hard strike, spare, 3 of us in a row. All that volume in your hands and just like pushing it out. Because all of a sudden you have all this like it was hooking to start with the games. Everything was hooking. Now it's just like dead. It's just like not good. And I see people use Chinese stuff. I tried my Chinese stuff and it never
And then,
What's that? That makes two of us.
That's why I was like, I'm being 100%. This is going to change who I believe. And I'm like, pretty much in the middle. So
With how many hours I drive, that's pretty good.
I know. I forget.
Yeah, and that's but that doesn't mean necessarily
But they can't find it.
Somebody sitting over here?
all of them.
We watch ourselves. We watch each other in your head. All right, let's just do this again. Where you at? What spot are you in? Sure you don't want to join me, Todd?
Okay, So we're moving on. This is our single elim bracket. All pins are now 0. It's a pure 2-game match. Total pins after 2 games wins. Tie, 9/10 roll off. Here are the lane assignments. Starting on lane 1, top, Matt Damon. Lane 2, top, Lizzie.
All right, we're about ready to get this single elimination match play going. As I said before, we started before I ended and took the little break. This is single elimination. It is 2-game total. Everybody is starting fresh. In this first game, we're starting on lane 1 and 2. It will be Matt Damon versus Lizzie Rees, Bruce Stefani versus Jeff Carroll. Lanes 3 and 4, Mike Dodson versus Michael Liddell, Luke Brown versus Scott Douglas. Lanes 5 and 6, Riley Woodard versus Dylan Bigelow, Charles Wilkin versus Desiree Allen. 7 and 8, we have Manny Farrell versus Barbara Tweedy, Gavin Hyatt versus Mike Krankowski. 9 and 10, we have Andy Kinney versus Joel Link, Eric Ramey versus Dave Hout. 11 and 12, Stephen Quinby versus Tom Strozik, Paul Dane versus Harry Schaefer. 13 and 14, Louis Doby versus Cameron Clark, Clay Reese versus Dave Martinich. 15 and 16, Dustin Wardell versus Nolan Croskrey, Breck Strobel versus Steve Herford. And everybody's starting even, 2 games to determine who will move on to the next round. It will be cut in half at the end of each of these 2-game matches.
Lane 14 bought of Dave Martinich Jr. Lane 15 top, Dustin Wardell.
Thank you all for joining us.
Top, Nolan Croskrey. Lane 15 bottom.
Thank you for your support.
And lane 16 bottom, Steve.
Everything all of you do for bowling. I hope you're enjoying what you're seeing. Big thank you
10 minutes of practice.
to Tom Croskrey for bringing this content for us streaming. Thank you to Tom also for running this tournament. He's doing double duty today. He is the one-man show on the stream, and he is running the tournament. So it's been pretty hectic few days for Tom here. Thank you also to the sponsors. There's $2,000 of added money to this tournament. Heritage Inn, Performance Fit Pro Shop, Little's Lanes, Storm Bowling Products, Alley Cat Lanes and Shoto, Contract Flooring, and Carpet One. It's businesses like that that make these things possible. Please support them. Thank you to all of you for tuning in. And thank you to all of our friends from Canada, from out of state, that have come to Great Falls, Montana to bowl in the first annual 406 Open. The format of this tournament was there were blocks. Qualified 1 for 6 in each block. Each block was in divisions. There was an open division, senior women's division, and a 199 and under division. That ended up giving 40 qualifiers for Sunday. That 40 bowled 3 games to start today. The bottom 8 were eliminated. We are now at the top 32. Single elimination, 2-game matches. We have a little bit of practice going on right now. getting ready for this. There's about 8 minutes, a little under 8 minutes of practice left before we get started with this next round.
Waiting on.
All right, about 5 minutes left in practice before we get started into the matches. One of the beauties of this tournament format is that at this point on Sunday, everybody has the same opportunity to win. In the normal match play format, where you have the blind draw matches, 30 pins for a win. A lot of times you get halfway through Sunday and you've pretty much eliminated a third of the field from having any real opportunity of winning. Here, all the way through. If you just keep staying alive, you just keep winning matches, you have an opportunity to win. It doesn't matter what score you shot, just win. I don't know if any of you are interested in doing some bowling later this year. You got the Storm Utah Open, January 17th through 19th. The Carl and Sonia Dean Memorial Tournament in Shoto at Alley Cat Lanes at January 31st, February 2nd. The Scratch Tournament, Ronan, Montana, February 14th through the 16th. Storm Idaho Open, February 28th through March 1st and 2nd. And the Ring in 10 in Butte, March 21st through the 23rd. So get out there, get signed up. I know that the tournament at Alley Cat Lanes and Shoto, the Carl and Sonia Dean tournament, is almost full. There are a few spots left. So if that's when you've been considering signing up for, get it done. Get it done now before it fills up completely. Okay, there's just under a minute of practice left here. We'll get started into the match play. I will do my best to keep you updated on how the matches are going. The scores probably won't be posted until the end of each 2-game match. But as I said, I will try to keep you posted. I will concentrate more on the matches that I see that are close rather than the matches that have a big spread going into the second game. The house is big enough here that I have to move around a little bit to see what's happening, to give you a good look at what's going on. But I will do my best to try and keep you updated. Again, tournamentbowl.com is where you can go find the scores for this 406 Open. Thank you for viewing. I do not see the chat all the time. I see that sporadically. So if you do send a message to the chat, be patient. I'll try and catch it when I can. Okay, and we are underway. The matches have started. Matt has started with a strike. He is the leader going into this. And Lizzie starts with a washout. Spares are just going to be crucial. You know, they are always important. But the conditions are difficult enough this weekend that spare shooting has not been a given by any stretch. These are good bowlers. You would expect them to pretty routinely convert spares, but that has not been the case over the past 2 days. So spares certainly can be the determining factor in these matches. And we do have quite a few open frames to start these elimination matches. So Lizzie has started with 2 opens, but Matt, even with the strike the first frame, has left a split in the second. So barring a conversion here, even with Lizzie's 2 opens, she's not in all that much of a hole. Yeah, Scott Douglas with Brown match is off to a pretty even start. A lot of striking going on and a lot of striking early. And we have mostly close matches going on. Scott Douglas, he has a 3-bagger right now, 2 of which have been Brooklyn. It'll be interesting to see if that keeps up throughout this match. Luke goes high there. He carries. Stay close to Scott.
I'll use your side, you can use mine. How about that? We can share. Yeah, we can share.
So we have, starting out here, both Clay Reese and Stephen Quinby have started with 3-baggers, so they're off to a hot start in this elimination match. Clay is versus Lewis Dobie, and Stephen Quinby is versus Paul Dean. Both of them have started fairly strong.
Don't have to move. You're good. You want this kind or this one? The bananas or this one? Let's get this kind here. Okay, let me. Yeah, these ain't hot. I'll turn it though. Let me. Yeah, I won't let you throw them on the floor. Because you want all these bowlers to fall in them. No way. Okay, let's put those in your pocket. Oh, well, we'll do it in the car. Okay. Okay, let's go this way.
Mike Gronkowski is also off to a hot start in his match. It looks like right now the best battle is between Luke Brown and Scott Douglas. They're both bowling well, or scoring well anyway, and it's very tight. Okay, the match between the number 1 seed Matt Damon and number 32 Lizzie Reese is still very close in this first game, and neither one is really doing anything special. Matt struck the first frame, but through 4 frames, that is the only strike in their match. Luke Brown and Scott Douglas continue with a very close match. Both have marked every frame. Eric Ramey and Dave Houck, they are in a pretty tight match. Well bowled match at this point. All marks on 9 and 10. Scott Douglas has left himself a little bit of a tricky spare. And he converts it to stay in control of that match against Luke Brown. Matt Damon and Lizzie Reese still are close. And that's the match, keep in mind, that's the number 1 seed versus 32 after the cut to 32. And that's what I say, anything can happen. As we go through this is single elimination, 2-game match. I will, as these first games wrap up, I will try to make a run through the house and get scores so I can give you a good update of where we are midway through the first game before we look at second games and see what's happening. Hey Josh, I see your question about reoiling. No, there is no reoil. Oh, I didn't see that Tom answered that. And the transition, Josh, has been a little bit tricky, at least in the qualifying rounds. Scott Douglas just opened a Luke Brown double, so that match is turning around a little bit. Yeah, Josh, we wish you were here. Oh, Desiree Allen just picked up a nice 4-9. Matt Allen is struggling just a little bit. Lizzie Reese has a chance here now to double and start to open that up a little bit. And Lizzie does strike. So she's got a double. Matt has left the 1-2-4-7. So not the easiest pair in the world, especially on these conditions, especially it has been tricky the whole weekend. It could put him in an early hole against her. And remember, he is the #1 seed. He does convert though, so not that big of a hole. Luke has a real chance to do some damage to Scott here on this shot. And it slightly leads to 2-8. And Gavin in his match versus Mike Gronkowski has the chance to put Mike into a little bit of a hole after Mike started so strong. Oh, but then Gavin misses the 10 pin. That hurts. And that's where the special is going to come in. Luke also missed the 2-8. So he had a chance to put Scott in a little bit of a hole, and now Scott has a chance to even this first game back up. A lot of good matches going on out here right now. And Matt Damon just split. 4-7-10 down there on one. Lizzie strikes here. That will really put Matt in a hole. And Lizzie does strike, so Matt is in a bit of a hole in this first match. On that same pair, Jeff Carroll has a chance to put Bruce Stefani in a bit of a hole. Bruce has opened the last two frames and Jeff has struck both. And Matt does not convert the 4-7-10. So he opens, he has 107 through 7. Lizzie's got 85 through 5 and a double up. So she's really in control here. Luke Brown has struck in the ninth. So Scott really to keep pace needs to strike here in the ninth also. Few of the matches are getting close to the end. I will take a quick break from the audio to go get a few scores. Scott did strike, so that match, he and Luke are pretty even in this first game. Riley Woodard is pretty much in control of his match with Dylan Bigelow, except he just throws one through the heart, gets 4. He had a chance to put him in just a tremendous hole. Oh, and Riley makes a great run at that, leaves just the 4. So he goes 9 out on a 4-5, but he had that on a triple. So he can shoot 220. His opponent can shoot $170. He still has the ability to put up a big lead at the end of one. Bruce Stefani is in a lot of trouble against Jeff Carroll right now. Okay, I'm going to go catch a couple of scores. I'll be back on briefly. All right, so after one game, the first games are in. Lizzie Reese is leading Matt Damon 186 to 132, so he has 50 pins to make up if he wants to stay alive. Jeff Carroll is leading Bruce Stefani 205 to 138. Mike Liddell is leading Mike Dodson 215 to 180. Scott Douglas is leading Luke Brown 225 to 202. Riley Woodard is leading Dylan Bigelow 210 to 153. Charles Wilkins is leading Desiree Allen 181 to 177, so very tight match there. Manny Farrell is leading Barbara Tweedy 202 to 157. Gavin Hyatt is leading Mike Gronkowski 192 to 185, another tight one. Joel Link is leading Andy Kinney 183 to 169. So right now, at this point, one game to go, the number 1 and number 2 seeds are in danger. Dave Houck is leading Eric Ramey 227 to 214. Nice close one there, good bowling going on. Stephen Quinby is leading Tom Strozik 226 to 185. Aldine is leading Harry Schaefer 184 to 153. Louis Dovey leading Cameron Clark 214 to 184. Dave Martinich Jr. leading Clay Reese 231 to 225. Great match going on there. Dustin Wardell leading Nolan Crosby 258 to 216. Breck Strobel leading Steve Herford 204 to 190. So that's where everything sits at this point in time. If you go to tournamentbowl.com, the 406 Open, in the brackets, you can see the brackets, you can see who will be next up, what lanes they will be on, how things will move ahead. You can follow the scoring there. Again, most of the scores are going to be posted at the end of 2 matches. I know that they said that Tom said they were going to try and get things posted at the end of one, but they weren't sure how quickly they could get everything up and updated. How quickly they could get those totals in. So right now in one of the shogi matches, Matt needs to make up more than 50 pins on Lizzie. He has started with an open, and Lizzie has started with spare strike. So Matt is in serious jeopardy right now. Luke Brown and Scott Douglas have cooled off just a little bit. But Scott remains in control. Luke has opened the second and third frames, and Scott has marked every frame so far. And Riley Woodard is well in control over Dylan right now. Clay and Dave have also cooled off just a little bit, but they are still very close. Okay, Matt did strike in the second, so he really needs to start putting it together now. Luke has doubled, so he can maybe put a little bit of pressure on Scott here. Matt doubled, so he maybe is going to start to dig out of that little bit of a hole that he has. Gavin is starting to take control of his match against Mike. He's got a triple. Mike has spares. But Mike is already trailing Gavin, and Gavin is leading in the second game. Okay, Scott has doubled to counter the double of Luke. That match is still fairly close. Scott does have a 20-pin lead. Yeah, Manny Farrell is well in control of his match. He's jumped out to a reasonable lead through 4 of the second game, and he already had nearly a 50-pin lead after game 1. So he's really taking control of that match. Andy has started to put some strikes together against Joel. He doesn't have that big of a deficit. It's less than 20 pins to come back from. And it looks like he is making some progress there. So right now in this second game, Scott Douglas has a 20-pin lead over Luke, and he already has 20 in hand from the first game. Matt has left a bucket. Lizzie is already spared. Matt has left a bucket. He's not doing his cause any favors right now. He does convert it, but he really needs to get something going. They are through 4 frames. He is trailing in this particular game and already 50 down overall. So he does have to get it going. the second game between Clay and Dave Marcinich is still very close. The first game was close. It's only a 6-pin difference. This game with them is very close. The game, one of the interesting games out there, Dustin Wardell beat Nolan Krosky the first game, 258 to 216. In this second game, Dave is struggling mightily, and Nolan is making up pins quickly. He has put together some strikes, and Dustin has put together some opens, and that 50-pin deficit is getting erased. Gavin has expanded his lead over Mike. Lizzie has struck to maintain her lead over Matt in this second game, and she already has 50 pins up at the end of one. Matt has struck. He's got to strike now. He's got to string some things together. He is definitely in a lot of trouble. If Lizzie strikes here, that will put him in quite... Oh, and she just a little light leaves a 7-pin. But she is still very much in control of that match. Scott Douglas just went through the face and was very fortunate to leave only the 9-pin. He still has a slim lead over Luke. He had 23 pins at the end of the first game. In this particular one, the second game here, Luke can go off the sheet to shoot 203. Scott right now can shoot 200. So he is still in control. He still holds his own fate. Gavin continues to bowl well. And Bruce Stefani has strung together some strikes, but Jeff is starting to match that. He's well in control. He's up by 70 at the end of the first. And he's started to match the striking of Bruce right now. So I'm not sure there's much Bruce can do to win that match. All right, we have Matt getting up here, and Lizzie getting up in the 7th frame. And Lizzie does not strike. She leaves one. Let's see if Matt can throw a strike. He really needs the double here. Desperately. And he does not. Stone 9. So Matt is really in trouble now. I'm not sure if there's enough time left. He's going to need some help from Lizzie. Right, I am going to go check some scores. A couple of the games are getting close to ending. I'm going to check some scores. I'll be back momentarily.
This Coors Light is flat, none of the other stuff. We're getting a little sodium. It's not what I wanted. here?
All right, just a quick update. Mike Lytle defeated Mike Dodson. Scott Douglas defeated Luke Brown. Those two will face each other on 9 and 10. Riley Woodard defeated Dylan Bigelow. Charles Wilkin defeated Desiree Allen. They will face each other on 11 and 12. Nolan Croskery overcame a 52-pin deficit to defeat Dustin Wardell. Breck Strobel defeated Steve Herford, and Nolan will face Breck on 5 and 6. On 1 and 2, it does look like Matt is going to go down to defeat Lizzie, which is just shocking. Number 1 seed, he's bowled well all weekend. He struggled on 1 and 2 to see the number 1 seed go, but that again is the beauty of this format. And I'll take a quick break here to catch some more scores for you.
I decided to go left-handed that last game. The second game, that's what that was.
I got something for you to take back. You can grab that? No. The whole thing.
All right, all of the first round are wrapped up. These are the results. Lizzie Reese defeats Matt Damon. Jeff Carroll defeats Bruce Stefani. Those two will face each other on lanes 7 and 8. Lizzie against Jeff. Mike Lydell defeats Mike Dodson. Scott Douglas defeats Luke Brown. They will face each other on lanes 9 and 10. Riley Woodard defeats Dylan Bigelow. Charles Wilkin defeats Desiree Allen. They will face each other on 11 and 12. Manny Farrell defeats Barbara Tweedy, and Gavin Hyatt defeats Mike Gronkowski. They will face each other on 13 and 14. Andy Kinney defeats Joel Link. Eric Ramey defeats Dave Hauk. They will face each other on 15 and 16. Stephen Quinby defeats Tom Strozik. And Paul Dean defeats Harry Schaefer. They will face each other on 3 and 4. Louis Doby defeats Cam Clark. Clay Reese defeats Dave Martinich. They will face each other on 1 and 2. Nolan Krosky overcomes a 52-pin deficit after one game to defeat Dustin Wardell. Brecht Strobel defeats Steve Herford. They will face each other on lanes 5 and 6. So that the Nolan Krosky Dustin Wardell match, incredible. The turn of fortunes there. And to see the number 1 seed, Matt Damon, go down in the first round and be eliminated is a little bit of a surprise. But with this format, that's what makes it interesting. That's what can happen. Just get to the top 32. Everybody starts even footing, and who knows what can happen from there. So that's what we'll get going here in a moment. I'm going to take a short break and be back. Thank you. All right, we will get started on round 2 here.
So lane assignments for the next round. Lizzie on lane 7, Jeff Carroll, lane 8.
We're getting the lane assignments taken care of.
Scott Douglas, lane 10. Riley Woodard, 11. Charles Wilkin, 12.
So we'll get started here. Again, this is 2 games, single elimination.
14.
Once this round is over, it will be cut to 8.
Eric Gravey, 16. Stephen Quimby, 3.
We've had some incredible matches, a lot of close competition.
Reese, 2. Nolan Crosscreek, 5. Rex Strobel, 6. When you guys get there and ready to go, give us the hands up that you're ready to go. We're going to start you for 5 minutes of practice. 5 minutes of practice on your pair.
Okay, there will be 5 minutes of practice. They change pairs. There will be 5 minutes of practice.
And those of you that are out, go ahead and come up and see the lovely co-owner of 406 Streaming, and she will get you your money.
Really good. In fact, if you caught my first couple frames, I'd be happy.
I won't see you tomorrow, I know. Nope, I will not be bowling. Or ever maybe.
I hope all of you are enjoying this today. It's been a great tournament. This is the first time, the first annual 406 Open. This format has been pretty interesting. For those of you that don't know, join late and aren't familiar with the format. On Friday and Saturday, there were blocks of qualifying. Each block had 3 divisions. There was an open division, a 199 and under division, and a senior women's division. 1 for every 6 bowlers in each of those blocks made it to Sunday. That resulted in 40 bowlers making it into Sunday. Once we got to this morning, 3 games were bowled. It was cut to the top 32, and from that point forward, it is single elimination match play. They are all 2-game sets, so that's where we are right now. We've just eliminated 16 bowlers. We have 16 left. Everyone is on equal footing. Probably the shock of the morning is Matt Damon, who bowled so well throughout the weekend, was eliminated by Lizzie Reese, the 32nd qualifier in the first round. We also had a huge comeback. Nolan Crosscreek came back from 52 pins down against Dustin Wardell to defeat him and move on. So it's been some interesting bowling so far. Hopefully it continues. Again, thank you for joining us. If you haven't subscribed yet, please do so. I know Tom really appreciates it. Thank you to 406 Streaming, Tom Crosscreek for doing this. Tom is also running this tournament, so he's been a busy man the last few days here. The sponsors added $2,000 to the prize fund. That's Heritage Inn, Performance Fit Pro Shop, Little's Lanes, Storm Products, Alley Cat Lanes, Shoto, Contract Flooring, and Carpet One. Please, if you can, support those businesses. They support bowling. It would be great to see them get something, some support in return. Upcoming tournaments. The Storm Utah Open, January 17th through 19th. Carl and Sonia Dean Memorial Tournament at Alley Cat Lanes, January 31st through February 2nd. The Scratch Tournament, Ronan, Montana, February 14th through 16th. The Storm Idaho Open, February 28th through March 2nd. Ring and 10 in Butte, March 21st through the 23rd. All right, we're wrapping up practice, getting ready to go here. Round 2, again, 2 games, single elimination. All right, this should go fairly quickly. There's, one bowler per lane, 2 bowlers per pair. So these 2 games should go rather quickly. Again, I will try to keep you as updated as I can with the scoring at the end of the first game. Let you know where everything stands, so you can know where the people you're supporting are. Also, if you want to look at the scores, go to tournamentbowl.com, 406 Open, and you can check out the brackets there.
She ran to Shield. She's on her way to come get me here in a minute, so I'll hang out with her.
And we have started.
Which mom are you talking about, my mom or my wife? Oh, I'm.
Just to fill a few splits to get going here. Should be some great matches. It really, with this format, it's pretty interesting because there are still remaining here in the top 16 some bowlers that qualified in the 199 and under bracket. So this format is a great equalizer. Down on lanes 1 and 2, Clay Reese is out to a quick start over Lewis Dobie. He doubled. Lewis did strike in the first, but threw the face in the second frame. We'll see if Nolan digs himself as big a hole here in this second round as he did in the first. I'm not sure he can continue to do that all day and expect to continue to come back. And Lewis has opened the second frame, so he's in a bit of a hole to start against Clay. And Scott Douglas continues his strong play this morning. He's jumped out to a quick lead over Mike. So we will see what happens here. Let's start the second one. The matches should continue to just get better and better. Breck and Nolan are pretty even to start off this match. Riley and Charles, it's all strikes through the first three in that particular match, so they've got a good one cooking up there. Clay has followed his double with a 410, it looks like. Breck crosses and carries to keep the pressure on over Nolan. And Clay just about converted that split. Wiggled the 10. Didn't quite get it.
But it sounds better than 30 seconds.
Oh, Nolan leads a 2-8-10 in his match with Breck. And Nolan gets 7 out. He gets none, and he was on a double. That's going to cost him 4 and count. Got some good matches going on. Riley is still strikes through 5 against Charles. Jeff Carroll has opened up a little bit of a lead in his match versus Lizzie. She missed a single pin. And again, today, just like all weekend, spares are not a given. These are some great bowlers, but the conditions have been very difficult, and spare shooting has been definitely a challenge. Okay, Nolan has just gone back-to-back opens in his match with Breck. And Lizzie right now is struggling just a little bit against Jeff. Oh, and Breck just stones the 9. He had a chance to throw a 3-bagger in his match after those back-to-back opens from his opponent, and wasn't able to get it done. Riley has the first 6. He is well in control of this first game in his match. And Manny Farrell is well ahead of Gavin in their match right now. So Riley has a chance to really bury Charles early. Oh, and Clay just about leaves the 7-10 on one. Ends up with just the 10-pin. 7 goes late. He is in the lead in that match with Lewis, but it isn't. It is close. And Jeff Carroll just tripped a 6-pin forward to double. So he is in control of that match versus Lizzie. Yeah, so Riley has struck through the first 7. And Jeff's now throwing a 3-bagger and taking a little control of this match. Lizzie's going to have to respond. Now Charles just washed out in his match against Riley. He's started to dig himself quite a hole. Mike has stayed clean against Scott, but Scott is in control of that match. He's got a double. Even though he's not clean, he's missed a single pin. Lewis has doubled to put a little bit of pressure on Clay. And Riley strikes again. So he has strikes through 8. Breck just left the 2-4-8-10. So that's letting Nolan back in. Nolan does have a double up. So he can make some ground. See what Riley does in the 9th here. And Riley strikes again. So he has strikes through 9. Scott converts to spare, so he is in control of that match right now. And this time Clay does leave the 7-10 on 1. He almost left it a frame ago, and this time it does stand. Okay, Charles is just going to he's going to have to get some pins here. He's got to really get going. He's going to be in a significant hole after 1. And he leaves a 10 pin. Oh, another spare miss. We have spares being missed. All right. We're getting close to Riley finishing out this game. He does have the front 9. And Jeff marks. So Jeff has 138 through 6. Lizzie has 106 through 6. So he's got a 30-pin lead halfway through this first game. Scott has 104 in the 5th. Opponent has 97, so he's got a slight lead. Nolan has struck in the 9th to stay in touch with Breck. All right, we've got Riley getting up on 11 and 12. Front 9. Has the front 9. We'll see if he can close this out. All right. He throws the first one in the 10th. Front 10. Jeff just converts the 2-8. Okay, Riley's up. Shot 11. All right, here we are. He's got the front 11. 1 to go. And no, he goes through the face, leaves the baby split. All right, I'm going to take a quick break here and get some scores for you. I'll be back shortly.
easier for you to do the dice now? I've always been dice now. Been warming up for a decade on it.
That way. Wow, you shouldn't have to shoot that one there.
And I am back. Through one, we have Jeff Carroll leading Lizzie Reese 224 to 173. We have Scott Douglas leading Michael Liddell 191 to 153. We have Riley Woodard leading Charles Wilkin 298 to 193, down over 100 after one. Tough way to go. Manny Farrell leading Gavin Hyatt 218 to 132. Andy Kinney leading Eric Ramey 221 to 183. Steve Quimby leading Paul Dean 183 173. Lewis Doby leading Clay Reese 198 188. Nolan Croskrey leading Breck Strobel 197 176. So a lot of fairly close matches still. A couple that it's going to take some miracle work by the person trailing to come up with a win. It was a great game for Breck to start with. Or not Breck, I mean Riley to start with. So far, across the house, I don't see a lot of situations where the person that's trailing significantly right now is making a big move forward. And as I said too, things are going to move fairly quickly. We are, a couple of these games in this round are halfway through. We'll get this finished. We will eliminate 8 bowlers. Paul is making up a little bit of ground in his match against Steven, and that is only a 10-pin difference, so very close. Lizzie has started with 2 marks against Jeff. Jeff has opened both first 2 frames. He does have a 50-pin lead, but he can't afford to continue doing that. And Breck also trailing Nolan in this match. He has a couple of opens and is trailing in this game. Sorry. And Jeff has struck in his match to stop the bleeding a little bit. And Scott Douglas has started with a 3-bagger. He already has a significant lead over Michael. And Michael has started with strike split. I think Michael's in a little bit of trouble against Scott. Oh, and Lizzie converted the split. So she is clean through 3, converting 2 splits in that time. And Manny Farrell is well in control of his match against Gavin. He was significantly leading going into this second game, and in this second game he's leading significantly. So I think you can call that one now. Call that for Manny. AP says 65% of the pins in. We're going to call that for Manny. Nolan has just missed a single pin. Okay, Paul is trailing by Steven by only 10 pins. He has a strike up and Steven has an open. He has a chance here to double, and he does, to make that match much, much closer. He can easily come back and win that one. And I think we can call the match between Riley and Charles. Riley is leading the second game. He's already 100 ahead. I don't see any way that Charles is going to beat him. Jeff has struck to double against Lizzie. And in that match, he has a significant lead. He's up by 50, so he continues that. Lizzie has no chance. All right, right now, Paul has made up the 10-pin deficit to Steven halfway through their match. And Jeff has just now thrown a 3-bagger, so Lizzie is in a pretty deep hole there. Despite the opening that Nolan provided for Breck, Breck is not taking advantage. He trails overall, and he trails in this individual game. And we have a couple of matches that are about ready to wrap up. I'm going to go take a look at the scores, and we'll be back momentarily. Okay, Scott Douglas has the front 5 here. He is well in control of his match. And you know, as I was saying earlier, if you were with us, he qualified in his first block. He bowled again to increase his pin count. He struggled out of the gate today. And had he not bowled that second block and increased his pin count, it would have been very close as to whether or not he would have made the cut to 32. And now it looks like he's going to win this match and end up in the round of 8. So pretty significant choice for him last night or yesterday to decide to bowl again, even though he was already safely in. Oh, he just went through the face, so his run ends, but he is in control of the match and in control of this game. Breck is trailing Nolan by 20 pins, and he is trailing in this game. So it's starting to look doubtful for him. Lewis is leading Clay by 10, and he's also leading in this game. However, he does have a couple of spares, so Clay has a chance to throw some strikes and catch him. Paul is making a run at Steven. He's down 10 after the first game, but he is up by more than that in this game at the moment. Jeff continues to lead Lizzie, even though, and he is ahead overall. So at this point, Riley is going to defeat Charles, and Manny is going to defeat Gavin, and they will face each other on lanes 3 and 4 in the next match. That one should be a good match. Nolan covers the spare against Breck, so he has a 16-pin lead in this match, and he already had 27. We've got 1 frame to go, so barring something completely disastrous by Nolan, he is going to defeat Breck. Lewis staying clean. He has a significant lead now over Clay. He had a 10-pin lead going into this, and he's increased that. Nolan's doubled in the 10th, and that is going to eliminate Breck. And Jeff has doubled. That puts Lizzie in a very difficult situation. She opened the 8th. Jeff has doubled 7 and 8, and he already has a lead. Now Paul is trailing Steven by 10, but he has a strike up in the 7th. And Paul has doubled. So he's starting to take control of that match with Steven after trailing early. And Jeff has doubled, and that's pretty much going to do it for that match. He will defeat Lizzie. And it looks like he will be against Scott. Scott is going to defeat Mike Lydell. Paul just went through the nose, so it still is interesting there. Lizzie converts to spare, but the best she can shoot now is 177. Jeff is already beyond that. He has a 20-pin lead, so yes, Jeff will defeat Lizzie. Lewis cannot put Clay away. He still has a lead. He's leading by 10 after 1 and 19 in this match. But he's just kind of letting him hang around a little bit. Okay, Steven did not strike in the 9th, and it is pretty much all over for him. Paul is going to win that match, barring something incredibly bizarre. And Lewis strikes first ball in the 10th, so he will defeat Clay. There's nothing Clay can do now to win that match. So Lewis will face Nolan. Okay, and Paul will defeat Steven. So now, in our round of 8, it will be on lanes 1 and 2, Andy Kinney versus Paul Dean. On lanes 7 and 8, Lewis Dobie versus Nolan Crossgrave. On 5 and 6, Jeff Carroll versus Scott Douglas. And on 3 and 4, Riley Woodard versus Manny Farrell. So, we're getting close now. 8 left. Again, they'll bowl 2 games, and then it will be cut to 4. And we will have a stepladder to determine the winner of the first annual 406 Open. Okay, well, thanks again to the sponsors of this tournament. They've added $2,000 to the prize fund. Heritage Inn, Performance Fit Pro Shop, Little's Lanes, Storm Products, Alleycat Lanes, and Shoto Contract Flooring, Carpet One. Thanks to Tom Croskrey, 406 Streaming, and he is the tournament director. He's the one running this tournament. Thanks to Little Lanes for hosting it. It's one of the big things, keeping bowling tournaments alive in Montana. You have to have proprietors that are willing to continue to host these tournaments. Upcoming tournaments, there's Storm Utah Open, January 17th through 19th. Carl and Sonia Dean Memorial Tournament, the Alleycat Lanes in Shoto, January 31st through February 2nd. The Scratch Tournament, Ronan, Montana, February 14th through 16th. The Storm Idaho Open in Burley, February 28th through March 2nd. And the Ring and 10 in Butte, March 21st through the 23rd. Okay, I'm going to take a quick break while we get things set for this next round. 2 games left, and then we will cut to the step ladder.
Keep going, Strap. Not so quiet here.
Yeah, you could hear a pin drop.
It got really quiet.
Want to say that louder, Toby?
Okay, we got 9 seconds for the next round. Starting 5 and 6, Jeff Carroll versus Scott Douglas. 3-4, Riley versus Pam. 1 and 2, Andy Kenny versus Paul Payne. 7 and 8, Lucas Bobby, Colin Crosby. And I'll leave it up to you guys. What do you guys want to do? 2 shots on each? 3 and 4. I like 2 shots on each. 2 shots on each? Yeah. Just go with the majority. 12 minutes of practice. You got a second? Sorry, the high road. 2 shots on each. Get turned on.
And those of you that dropped out, come and see the co-owner.
Money manager?
I don't, but just go ahead and get the other. Hi, Derek.
Hey, Lewis, where's your equipment? Probably grab something, know where it's at, so when I have to give you a ball here. Yeah, it's one
All right, the bowlers are going to get 2 balls on each lane, and then we will get started in this round of 8. Once these 2 games are completed, there will be 4 left, and it will be step ladder time.
That's the idea. That's why we're at. Not my first time running a tournament in this house. Yeah.
All right, here we go. Final 8. 2 games to determine who the 4 players are in the stepladder. And he gets 9 to start his match versus Paul. Riley, solid hit for a strike. Lewis Dobie gets 8, leaves the baby split. This Riley-Manny match could be pretty high scoring. They bowled well today. Jeff goes through the face. Leaves a 3-9-10. Manny leaves the bucket. Paul, a little light. Leaves a 3-pin. And Jeff converts. Manny converts the bucket. Nolan strikes to start his match with Lewis. Scott hits the pocket, a little light, leaves a flat 10. And Manny strikes. Scott misses the 10-pin. And Paul strikes. So you have Jeff Carroll picking up the 3-9-10 to start the match, and then you have Scott failing to convert on the 10-pin. Riley crosses over, doesn't get the 6. And Scott carries this time. Riley just converts that 6-pin. And Andy misses the 4-pin. Jeff leaves a ring 10. Riley is light. He's the 2-7. Jeff converts the 10. So he's clean through the first 2. Scott opened the first frame, struck the second. And he strikes in the third. Riley converts that little split. Paul strikes for a double. Jeff leaves another 10. Wasn't a great shot. Manny strikes solid. These two right now, Manny and Riley, seem to have the best look they have for the last couple of games anyhow. And Jeff flags a 10 pin. Lewis with the conversion, he stays clean against Nolan. Scott did not like the shot, leaves the 3-9-10. Paul converts the spare, so he stays clean through 4 against Andy. Andy a little surprising, missing that single pin. Nolan rings a 10. Scott does not convert. Manny converts the spare. Scott for a strike. Andy's now put 3 together against Paul. So after that miss of the 4 pin, he's strung a few. Riley very high, leaves the 4-10. Jeff 3-6-9-10. Paul washes out. Riley goes 8 out, does not convert that split. Lewis gets a strike. That match, Nolan and Lewis, is very close. Jeff gets none. So he goes 6 out. So Scott has a slim lead early in that one. Riley gets a strike, so he's righted his ship just a little bit. We'll see what Manny can provide in the way of an answer here. And Jeff, super washout. He's struggling a little bit here early against Scott. And Paul strikes. Lewis, oh, it was the Greek Church for a moment. The 10 got kicked out. And Manny rolls the 2 pin forward. Gets the strike. So he's opened up a bit of a lead against Riley. And Jeff only gets 1 out of that 5 count. So in the last 2 frames, he's gone 6-6 total pin count. And Lewis does not touch a pin and goes 6 out on a strike. Okay, Scott has jumped all over Jeff's mistakes there to double and has taken control of this game. Andy well in control of his match with Paul. He's got a 5-bagger right now. Paul is sitting on a strike, but he has an open in the 5th. And Scott carries a Brooklyn for a 3-bagger. So he is in control of that match. So while Scott's throwing a 3-bagger, Jeff is going 6 out for 2 frames. Just incredible loss of pin count there. You know, the splits are bad breaks, but boy, you've got to get the maximum count out of those. Paul, week 7. So Andy has definitely taken charge of that match. Nolan is in control over Lewis right now. See if Riley can close some distance, and he does. Riley doubles to answer Manny's double. Jeff now strikes. Maybe he can get something going, stop the bleeding a little bit. Paul converts that 7-pin. Lewis solid. So he can hopefully make up some ground on Nolan. All right, that's a big shot for Riley. He needs a strike here. And it is light. He leaves a bucket. So that hurts. He's on a double. He's going to lose some pin count. And Jeff crosses. Jeff looks a little lost right now in his match with Scott. He has made a ball change. And he just does not look comfortable at all. Riley absolutely has to convert this bucket. And he doesn't. He chops it. So that's going to give Manny a huge advantage. Right, so Scott now comes up with a chance to really put the throttle on. He can step on Jeff's throat here. Nolan crosses, leaves the 3-pin. Oh, Manny went very high. Had the 4-9 standing. The 9 did go down, just the 4. And Scott goes right through the face. 369 is left for him. He had a big chance there to strike and really put Jeff in a difficult position. Andy is just continuing to strike down there. Andy's having a great year, tournament year. A lot of success. Looks like it's continuing today. Manny converts the single pin. So he's got about a 40-pin lead right now on Riley. Scott converts the spare. So he's got a 40-pin lead over Jeff. It could have been much more. Oh, and he throws it right through the face. Leaves a 6-7. Nolan goes through the face, gets lucky, leaves just a 4-pin. Oh, the messenger takes the 10 for Manny. Strike up in the 8th. He's got a 40-pin lead and a strike up in the 8th. So it's time here for Riley to just stop the bleeding. He needs to put up as much as he can here to the end. Make that deficit not so great going into the last game. The same should be said for Paul. Andy did open the 9th. He still has a possible 230. Best Paul can do is 200. He really, really needs a strike here. Riley goes through the face. Greek Church. He's in a lot of trouble in this match. Scott chops the 3-9. So he goes from really an opportunity to put Jeff in a big hole to opening the door a little bit and allowing Jeff to crawl back in and get closer and not be looking at such a deficit going into the last game. And Jeff strikes, takes full advantage. And Paul opens. So the best Paul can shoot now is 179. The best Andy can shoot is 232. He will be in quite a hole if that comes to be. Let's see what Jeff can do here. A double will put a little bit of pressure on Scott. And no, washout. Jeff did not come out of that ball great. And Riley strikes. Yeah, he needed that. He absolutely needed that. We have Lewis and Nolan down here. Their match still, there's not a big difference in what they have going on. And Lewis strikes. He is trailing Nolan a bit. He has a chance for a 208. Nolan can still shoot in the 220s. Jeff has a possible 155. Scott has a possible 201. He's in a little trouble. He could be in a big hole at the end of one here. Manny doesn't get the messenger, leaves the 10. Okay, Paul converts the spare in the 10th. 169 is the best he can shoot. And he's already sitting at 202. Scott misses the head pin. Nolan converts the single pin in the 9th. And Scott converts the spare. Okay, Nolan has a possible 215. Lewis has a possible 208. So that match still very close in the first game. And Manny strikes. So he can still shoot 228. The best Riley can shoot is 188. So he can come out of this with at least a 40-pin lead if it goes out the sheet. Scott's made a ball change. Crosses over and does not get the carry this time. Leaves the 10. And he strikes. So he's in the 2 teens already to Paul's 168. He's going to have at least a 50-60 pin lead with one game to go. Manny goes high, but carries. Nolan breaks up the split. He had the 2-8-10 standing. Now all he has left is the 2. Scott converts to 10 pin. And he strikes again. Nolan converts, so Nolan shoots 205. Lewis can shoot 208, so that match still very close with 1 game to go. Manny shoots 228. Riley really has to go off the sheet here to keep in touch. He's going to have a nearly impossible task if he doesn't. And Andy leaves a flat 10, shoots 231 to Paul's 168. So he has a 63 pin lead with 1 game to go. And Riley strikes. Jeff crosses and carries. That was big for him. He can still shoot 155 and only be down to Scott by 23, where it looked early on. Scott had the opportunity to really put him down significantly and did not take advantage of that. Lewis spares. He can still shoot 188 to Nolan's 205. Riley strikes again, doing what he absolutely has to do to keep in touch. Riley leaves a flat 10. So he minimizes the damage, I guess. He shoots 185 to Manny's 228. Down by 43 with 1 to go. Jeff flags another pin, shoots 144 to Scott's 178. So Scott's got a 34 pin lead with this last match to go. So with 1 game to go here, Nolan is leading Lewis by 22 pins. Scott is leading Jeff by 34. Manny is leading Riley by 43. And Andy is leading Paul by 53. And Manny starts with a strike. Nolan goes through the face, 3-6-10. Paul has left a 6-10, converts it, so he starts with the spare. Scott goes high, leaves just the 9 pin. Riley strikes. So he's going to have to throw a big game here to hope to defeat Manny. Scott converts the spare. Andy strikes. Lewis gets the strike against Nolan. And Jeff wash out again. Riley flat 10. He can't afford those in the position he is in this match. Now, when we end this second game, the 4 winners will go on to the stepladder. The seeding in the stepladder will be based on the qualifying results. So the highest remaining seed from qualifying will be the number 1 in the stepladder. Second highest remaining from qualifying will be the number 2 seed. The third highest will be 3 seed. Fourth highest will be the 4 seed of the remaining bowlers. So right now, we have Andy significantly leading Paul, Manny leading Riley, Scott leading Jeff, and Nolan
Maybe it's like
leading Dobie. So if the results stay as they are, the number 1 seed in the stepladder would be Andy. He was the number 2 seed overall. He would be the number 1 seed. Number 2 would be Manny. Number 3 would be Nolan, and number 4 would be Scott. With things as they stand now. So if you want to kind of take a look at how the top 4, how the stepladder would shake out based on these matches, you can just go to tournamentbowl.com, go to the cashers round, and take a look at the seeding. That will determine the seeding for the stepladder once these results are in. Okay, Nolan is ahead of Lewis just slightly. Oh, Nolan goes through the face, however. And Riley strikes. However, Manny's not giving him any openings, and already the deficit is significant. So Jeff does not hit the head pin. Andy strikes again. Paul has doubled. Paul is in, as strange as it sounds, at this point, through 3 frames, Paul is almost in I need to go off the sheet land. And that's sort of where Riley is as well. And Riley has struck again. So he's doing what he needs to do right now. And it just may be too little too late. And Jeff converts to spare, but again, in his case, it may be too little too late. Lewis, 2-8-10. Oh, Manny, 4-9. So he may give Riley a little bit of an opening here. Jeff with the strike. But he's going to have to get going quickly here. And Paul misses the head pin. Oh, Manny. Great conversion. Scott with the 5-7. So gives Jeff a little light. Lewis with the split. Scott does not convert, so he has an open. So now Jeff's got to start putting some strikes together. Oh, Andy, fortunate, trips the 4 out for the double. And Lewis with an open. So he went back-to-back opens. Nolan has an open. Riley's got a 3-bagger. He's trying to claw his way back in this match with Manny. Scott goes through the face. 3, 4, 6, 7, 10. So he's giving Jeff an opening here. Riley strikes again. So he is absolutely doing what he needs to do and keeping a little bit of pressure on Manny. And Scott does not convert the split, so he has back-to-back opens to give him 84 in the 5th. Jeff, if he throws the 3-bagger here, it'll give him 90 in the 4th and put him right in this match. Oh, Riley goes through the face and carries. That should have been a 6, 7, 10 and ends up being a strike. Or not Riley, Manny, I'm sorry. Oh, sorry, Breck. Sorry. And Jeff gets a spare. So he can cut Scott's lead in half. Manny follows up that incredible break with a strike. Paul opens. So the match, Paul's match against Andy at this point is more or less over. Andy is going to win that match. So he will end up being the top seed in the step ladder. Jeff crosses over. He's just not taking advantage of the opening that Scott has given him. Riley throws it a little wide, does not get the break. Lewis, solid 10 back. He's hanging around a little against Nolan. And Jeff opens. So any opening Scott has given Jeff just gave it right back. Riley converts the spare, but that's not even what he needs now. He has to have strikes. He's basically even with Manny in this game, and he's in too big of a hole for that to work out. Nolan doubles. And Scott through the face again. This is the third split in a row for Scott. and he gets none of them. So it's his third open. He has 91 in the sixth to Jeff's 107. So Jeff, again, he's cut the lead in half. That Scott has, and it's just this is one where you look at it and say, does anyone want to win? Riley converts the spare, but it's too little, too late for Riley. Scott carries. Nolan converts the spare. Okay, Lewis is on a double. It's imperative for him here that he strike in the seventh. Manny through the nose, leaves a split. I still don't think that's going to be enough for Riley. Paul strikes. Jeff's solid. So Scott and Jeff both strike in the seventh. Manny opens the fourth, or the eighth, sorry. So Manny can still shoot 225. 245 is the best Riley can shoot. So Manny still is well in control. Jeff crosses, leaves the 6-10. Paul did not strike. He is about out of time to do anything with Andy. And Riley is about out of time with Manny. Okay, Jeff converts. He's got 127 through 7. Scott has 91 through 6 with a strike up in the 7th. Riley went through the nose, got a little lucky, but not going to help. It's not going to be enough. Andy throws a strike, and at this point it's over for Paul. Andy is going to win. He's going to be your number 1 seed in the step ladder. Scott doubles. Stop the bleeding there. And that may be enough for him to defeat Jeff. Nolan gets lucky, takes the 9 out with a messenger. So he is comfortably in front in his match. Scott loses that one right. But if he converts this, he still holds the overall lead against Jeff. Okay, Nolan gets a 9 count in the 9th. Riley strikes. Best he can shoot is 233. And that Manny just needs, if Riley goes off the sheet, Manny just needs a pin or two, and he will end that. Nolan spares the 9th. So Nolan has a possible 207. Lewis has a possible 199. He's already trailing. He's already trailing Nolan, so he's going to need just a huge error in the 10th by Nolan, and he needs to go off the sheet. So then he shoots 226. No matter what Paul does, that's a win for Andy. So that's your number 1 seed. Those strikes to keep that really dim glimmer of hope alive. Jeff converts the spare. Yeah, Riley shoots 233, but it's not going to be enough. So the first stepladder match. First match in the stepladder. And this will be Nolan versus the winner of this Jeff and Scott match, which still isn't quite closed out. The open that Scott had in the 9th gave Jeff that slight bit of hope. And Lewis is doing what he needs to put a little bit of pressure on Nolan. Jeff does not strike, so that certainly hurts his chances. Okay, so Andy and Manny have both won. And they will be the top 2 seeds. Andy will be number 1. Manny will be number 2. So Jeff shoots 186. A total of 330. Scott just needs good pin count. And that's it. That strike is a winner for Scott. So your first match will be Scott versus Nolan. That will be your first stepladder match. The winner of that will take on Manny, and the winner of that match will take on Andy for the title. Thank you again, all of you, for watching. There will be a little break here once these games end. We still have a couple shots to be thrown, but once these matches end, then we'll get the stepladder started. This is the first annual 406 Open. Sponsors added $2,000 to the prize fund. They are the Heritage Inn, Performance Fit Pro Shop, Little's Lanes, Storm, Alley Cat Lanes and Shoto, Contract Flooring, and Carpet One. Thank you to Tom Crossgree for 406 streaming. Allows everyone to see all of this. Have some fun. All right, so
We gotta stay now. 5 out of 6 is a disaster.
all right, so I'm going to take a quick break here,
We were gonna do 7 and 8.
and we will be back shortly.
Because we gotta stay till 10.
So if you had to move, you weren't going to stay inside. You have to get out of his chair.
No, it's just lane 5 is fun to watch. Sideways on 5.
Oh, yeah.
So fun. No, I guess we're not doing it long.
That's right.
We hope it's 6.
Even worse. Scotty and Nolan on Scottless. Nolan, you're higher seed. And the next match will be the winner against Manny. And the winner gets Andy. We're on lane 1, just practice for everybody else. 2 shots on each on grade
8 inches of water.
All right, we are getting ready to start the first match of the step ladder, Nolan versus Scott. Nolan will probably be throwing a Vivo Virtual Energy Blackout, and Scott will probably be throwing an IQ Ruby Tour.
The other, Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, sir.
It's really cold right now. Yeah, it feels good. It's like it's good.
Hey, this should be a lot of fun. 3 matches left, and this will be a wrap. The first annual 406 Open here in Great Falls. For those of you that aren't familiar with what the format was or weren't with us earlier, there were qualifying blocks on Friday and Saturday. In each block, you had the opportunity to bowl on fresh or the burn, or you could give it 2 shots if you wanted. There were divisions, 3 divisions, an open division, a 199 and under division, and a senior and women division. 1 out of every 6 entrants in each division made it to Sunday. There were 40 bowlers that made it to today. There was 3 games today. those 3 games, that score, in addition to what you bowled in qualifying, ranked it to the cut to 32. Then at that point, it was all single elimination 2-game matches until we get to this point where we have the 4-person step ladder.
Mine didn't work.
So after a lot of bowling over the last couple of days, we're down to just 3 matches, 4 bowlers. And Scott goes high. Okay, and that, as you can see, that went down there was not an IQ Ruby Tour. He also on the rack had a Zen Gold label, so I believe that's probably what he threw there was a Zen Gold label rather than an IQ Ruby. And he starts with the spare, so he marks the first frame. Oh, and Nolan, very light, 2-8-10. Rough way to start. Not what you wanted to see out of the gate. And Nolan gets one of the 2. Much better shot by Nolan. That second shot, much, much better. All right. Scott started with the spare. Solid, 10 back. So he takes a quick lead. Another flush, 10 back. So I'd have to say Scott made the right ball choice here instead of the Ruby going with that Zen Gold label. Okay. Nolan was light on this lane the last time up. Let's see what he does. Light again, but this time leaves only the 7. and Nolan misses. So 2 opens in the first 3 frames for Nolan. Meanwhile, Scott has a double up. And that was light, also leaves the bucket out of range. Move the 4-pin over just a little bit. So we'll see what he can do with this. Get this out of range taken care of. Nice conversion by Nolan. Scott crosses, leaves just the 10. And he converts to 10. He missed one earlier today, and the spares could certainly be a determining factor here in the championship. This caliber of bowler, I don't expect that. However, they were tricky this weekend. Solid flush, 10 back. So Scott has taken a reasonable lead against Nolan here early. He's got a 30-pin lead. Nolan, light again, leaves just the 2-8 this time. He's been light every shot on 4. He's going to have to find something quickly, or Scott is going to put him away. And he converts. Nice spare for Nolan. Alright. No one can use a strike here. little light, leaves a 10. So Scott can get up here and throw a double and really put some distance between himself and Nolan. And he converts. So now Scott has an opportunity to jump out to a pretty decent lead. And that was just a little bit high, but he trips the 4. And he ups the double. Gets an early lead. Solid 10 back, 3-bagger. Now Nolan's in a little bit of difficulty. Nolan really has to strike here. Now he has been light on this lane every shot. And that's solid. Down by over 40. Needed that. You get it rolling. Now let's see if you can make a match out of this. Okay, he's had a little bit of an issue being light today. This looks high. Yep. Through the face, leaves the 410. So right here, if he doesn't convert this, this could be the end. He's starting to lose touch. And he gets 1. So that puts him in a serious deficit. The best he can shoot now is 181. Scott is already on the pace to shoot 220. That looks like it's going to go a little high. It does, but he gets fortunate. Leaves just the 610. But if he converts this, it's pretty much over. Yeah, so right now, Scott's sitting at 177 without throwing another ball. The best Nolan can do is shoot 181. So any kind of count here will shut Nolan out. And that's enough. There's nothing Nolan can do now. So Scott will win this and move on to face Manny. Yep, insignificant. Hey, I will take a short break and we will be back for the next match.
Going behind you. You're good. Just here. Up and over.
You guys can get like sit down and get some of these. You don't know yet.
How do I politely tell a rich friend that this is a shirt
Why are you clapping for yourself? Is Scotty versus Manny. 2 shots on each. Manny, you get a choice of starting lane.
All right, we're about ready to get going here. We'll be on 7 and 8 for this next match. Scott versus Manny. Manny's the higher seed, so he will get lane choice. Scott's continuing to use the Zengo label, and he also has the IQ Rui Tour. Manny is probably going to be using the Rhino Ivory Pro. He also has an Envy. He said that is unlikely he'd be using that. And then the last comment was he does have a T-Zone out there that worst comes to worst, he'll be throwing that. So that's what you have as far as equipment goes. Looking forward to a good match with Manny and Scott here. Manny's been pretty solid all day. Scott struggled a little bit early and got better as the day went on. today the carry on this pair on 7 and 8 has not been real good. So we'll see what happens in this match. So 2 matches to go, and then we will crown a champion of the first annual 406 Open.
Yeah, no major issues.
I'm got a little swollen.
All right, we are ready to get started. Manny has chosen to go first. He'll start on the left lane. And Manny is starting with that. Rhino leaves a 10. Well, as I said a little bit ago, the carry on this pair has not been great. And he converts. And so starts clean. See what Scott's doing. Scott is back to the IQ Ruby on this pair. And goes through the face to start. Leaves the 4, 7, 10. And he gets 2 of them. All right, we'll see what Scott can do here in the second frame. You don't want to let Manny get too out in front. Manny's been rolling along pretty well today. And there it is, solid 10 back. Winner of this match will take on Andy for the title. Manny solid, 10 back. So he has the early lead. We'll see what he can do here. And Light leaves the 2-8. And he converts. So Manny stays clean through 3. And Scott 10 back. So he quickly erases that open in the first frame.
That's all I got.
That was totally like a response to
They know we have to go that.
We don't have a choice.
There's 2 of them. Yeah. I don't. We go to the 3. Well, we go to the one that's like the same one. Closest one.
And Scott strikes again. So he's got a 3-bagger. After that open in the first, he's thrown 3. Put a little heat back on Manny. To execute. Ooh, Manny, light. So Scott's taking a little bit of control here. And Manny converts. And solid 10 back. He needed that. Scott can open up a little distance now. And 10 back. Scott's really got it rolling. That was a little wide, but it does come back and he carries. So he's got a 5-bagger after opening that first frame, and he's opened up a 30-pin lead over Manny. So that's really forcing Manny to strike here. And Manny throws it through the face. That came at a terrible time. Loses 3, 4, 6, 7, 10. And he only gets 2 of the 5. So he is 7 out, 103 through 6. Scott has 99 up in the 4th with a double. Pressure is on now. If he doesn't strike here, that's going to give Scott the opportunity to step up, throw a double, and really pretty much end it. Has a little footing issue and misses the head pin. And he chops it. He does not convert, so he's gone back-to-back opens, 112 through 7. The best he can shoot is 202. And Scott strikes again.
Yeah, she just sits there and screams. And the other one thinks she wants to touch It's follow through.
He's really turned it on since that open. Everything's been pretty solid. He did have one light hit. Solid again. It's about over for Manny. He has to strike here. Scott currently has 189 if he doesn't throw another ball. And the best Manny can do is 202. There's a strike. Absolutely had to have it. Has to have the next one as well. Manny doesn't strike here, it's over. And he strikes, so he keeps a glimmer of hope alive.
I think you have. Was she at Billy's?
I was there on a Thursday.
Yep. You was there.
No, Grandma Clark. No, that's Grandma.
And Scott strikes again.
She was there. She was there during the wrestle.
And that will do it. There is nothing Manny can do. That will end it right there. Mathematically, he can't get there. So the championship match will be Scott Douglas versus Andy Kinney. So this one is over. So the first annual 406 Open Championship match will be Andy Kinney versus Scott Douglas. Andy started the day a little bit on the rough side and then really got it going. And now he has an opportunity to win the title. And there he missed. A little footwork problem, but no matter. No matter. Alright, again, I'd like to thank Tom Croskery, not only for running this tournament, but 406 Streaming. Thank the sponsors that have added $2,000. Heritage Inn, Performance Fit Pro Shop, Little's Lanes, Storm Products, Helicat Lanes and Shoto, Contract Flooring and Carpet One. And thank all of you for watching today. I hope you enjoyed the show. One match to go and we will decide it. We will decide who the champion of the first annual 406 Open will be. Thank you. I'll be back shortly.
Quantum Evo Good job, Danny. Taking starter this weekend. Great forward.
You guys are
And we're moving on to the title match. On 5 to 6. You. This is Scott Douglas versus Andy Kinney. Andy, you get choices. 2 shots on each. Good luck, the bowling, please don't fight.
Oh, dude.
He gets 2 shots as well, yeah?
Yeah, 2 shots on each. Good luck, yeah.
only he can strike. That's fair. It's how he lets go. That's all I want to see him pull
All right, so as the higher seed, Andy will get lane choice. He'll get to choose if he wants to go first or not. They're getting a couple practice shots in here on each, and then we'll get rolling for all the marbles. Scott Douglas versus Andy Kinney. Scott's worked his way up the step ladder. Scott's continuing with the IQ Ruby Tour. Andy Kinney is using a Quantum Evo Pearl. And he's been strong all weekend. And he's having a great year, a great tournament year. Scott looking to make the trip down from Canada, well worth it. This pair, 5 and 6, in the elimination rounds, this pair got interesting. The ball really wants to read very early. Give the ball a little more room. It hangs out there. Move in a little, it just turns left. So this could be an interesting title match. So we will here at the first annual 406 Open. The oddity is going to be that the winner will not be from Montana. Andy's from Idaho. Scott's from Canada. We will have potentially an international winner or one from next door. And Scott goes high, goes through the face. And that's going to be the challenge here on 5 and 6. You make an adjustment off that shot, and you get it just in the wrong place on the lane, and the ball just hangs out there and won't come back. So it's I believe that especially on 5, whoever can get to the pocket is going to win this match. Scott has again a little footing problem, but converts.
What's that? We're good. Okay.
And his first shot, solid 10 back. And as I said, he's had a great tournament up to this point. He's bowled very well, and he's had just an incredible year. He's won a couple times. He's finished in the top 3 several times. He's just putting together a very, very nice year. Solid. Yeah, he looks pretty locked in. This pair's been very tricky toward the latter half of the day. Scott flush 10 back. So now maybe we're looking like the last match, where he started with an open and then went pretty much off the sheet to take control and win that match. And solid, 10 back. So he keeps pace. Let's see what Andy can do, how he responds. And 10 back, solid. So we got a great championship match going on here. They're making me look foolish saying that this pair was a little tricky and it could be kind of difficult. I'm making it look easy right now. And he goes high, leaves the 4-6. So the first opening in this match is given by Andy. So he takes 1, 9 out. So can Scott take advantage? He did against Manny. Can he take advantage against Andy same way? And it didn't quite make it back. Leaves a 2-4. Convert this to retain a lead. And he does. Crosses. Oh, he crosses and carries. He's gotten away with a couple of those today. Huge time to get away with one. Now we'll see if Andy can respond. And he does. Solid 10 back. So he answers. So Scott has a 2-pin lead halfway through this match. And solid 10 back. So Andy responds well to that open frame. Solid. So Scott maintains his lead. Wonderful match for a championship. Oh, and Scott carries another Brooklyn, crosses 2 out of his last 3. Two out of 3 for Scott, carries over. You know, you get good ball roll, you hit the pin in front, you always give yourself a chance. And he's solid 10 back. He's not letting Scott get away from him. Great match. Couldn't ask for anything more to finish a tournament in a match like this. There it is. 10 back. So, maintain his lead. Scott's got a strike. Oh, 4-9. 4-9 for Scott. And the pressure's on to convert this. This is a convertible. This is a convertible split, so we'll see what he can do, but there is some pressure to convert. If he opens here. No. So the best he can shoot now is 234. And he can still shoot 260. Scott absolutely has to strike here. And there it is. Throwing 2 Brooklyns on that lane, finally throws one in the hole, 10 back. Needed that, had to have it, got it. So he still has 234 possible. And he carries. He has the lead. Just a 9 spare here, and he shuts out Scott. And there it is. He shuts Scott out with that. Best Scott can shoot. Best Scott can shoot is 234. And he doesn't throw another ball. He's got 236 in the bag. So that will do it. That will give Andy another title this year. Thank you again for watching, listening. Thank you for supporting 406 Streaming, supporting bowling. Please support the sponsors for this tournament. Thank you, Tom Krosky, champion. The first annual 406 Open is Andy Kinney. Second place is Scott Douglas. Thank you all. I'm out.
Good bowling, Andy.
Safe travels.
You know, Yeah, we almost got monopoly money. We smell like, we can smell like. Alright. Alright, first place. In the inaugural 406 Open. Andy Kenny. Oh, is it?